On and ready to go. Yeah. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Board of Trustees to order. And we have tonight at the beginning of the meeting, Trustees Torres and Mantooth online due to personal circumstances. And Trustee Chancellor is expected in a few moments. But we're going to get started because at this time of the hour, we're going to be going into closed session. But first, we will make note of a change to the agenda, which I'll repeat later on. But item 1604, we're going to take right at 403 special recognitions. And I have one. Oh.
We're going to move it in after.
Yeah,
because
well,
it's an action item itself.
right. And then I have one public comment at this time before we go into closed session, and that is from B. Herrera, who is at the mic.
Let me know when I can start.
When you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is B. Herrera, and I'm the grievance chair for Local 1828. The Executive Council met this past Friday to review the concerns about the various management issues that have arisen on the 3 campuses. It appears that soon the board intends to renew management contracts for the upcoming year. AFT is requesting the board and the chancellor to please consider the following. 1, is there a satisfactory evaluation completed for each manager? And if so, did any growth areas that needed to get addressed actually get addressed by the manager? 2, were faculty able to provide input into the manager's evaluation? And if so, was the feedback addressed by the manager? AFT has found many contract provisions are not being implemented or observed by this management team at the campuses. It is the faculty that have to suffer the negative consequences of a manager's lack of oversight or lack of due diligence, and it impacts faculty all around. Also, recently, AFT requests for information to resolve campus issues has not been provided by the campus management team. This does not help for maintaining positive labor relations. AFT has witnessed that even the most basic competencies in a manager, such as approving and submitting timesheets on time, submitting and approving HR absence reports on time, tenure evaluation documents on time, all of these things, and not even knowing it are required to make an assignment, have been in grave danger of all of this not being followed at all of these campuses. This has resulted in faculty not getting paid or not getting paid on time, faculty not being deducted sick leave accurately, or faculty not being assigned classes correctly. Further, to add to another layer, on a critical thinking level, management has been mostly unable to de-escalate or resolve campus personnel or other campus issues. In the rare cases, they actually have even escalated the problem by implementing tactics that are not acceptable to AFT. Faculty need managers that can perform the basic competencies, intervene when there are critical campus or personnel matters, support faculty, and also advocate for the academic programs they oversee. These issues continue to be on the rise. What is going to be done to resolve the matter? AFT is requesting the board and the chancellor to please consider performing a deep review of the evaluation process for all managers and seek accountability for all managers to perform their job to the best of the ability that I know this district wants to see. The previous chancellor did not care to address those concerns when informed by the AFT. I hope this is not the case now. I believe in the new management here at the district office, and I believe in this board to do better. Thank you.
B, thank you for that expression of confidence, and you gave a lot of information within a short time frame. I would ask as a courtesy, so we don't lose any of what you said, if you could share copies of your prepared text, if you feel comfortable doing that. Thank you. And Chancellor, I'm sure you made note as best you could.
That would be helpful.
Okay. Great. And I overlooked an important matter, Chancellor, item 1.03, Chancellor's recommendation of the agenda.
Thank you. Yes, the agenda is recommended as published.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we will be going into closed session under one item only, and that's under anticipated litigation. And we hope to, well, we will resume into open session at 6:30. Thank you, everyone. Oh, I know. Yeah, we're getting.
Hello, this is your Spanish interpreter. Hello, Mr. Mantup. This is your Spanish interpreter. Do you want me to just be on standby?
Yes. That's
Not a
fine.
problem. Okie dokie.
Thank you for helping tonight.
Oh, no problem, sir. That's over for.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Gabby. Just wanted to say hello before we got started. I hope you're doing okay.
Hi, Stan. How are you? Doing good.
Oh, I just got another dose of COVID, so I had to sequester myself, but the symptoms are mild.
Oh, thank God. I'm happy to hear that.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. I just need to rest a little bit, but doing good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
All right, good to hear. Well, all I can say is I can't wait for our colleagues to join us.
I know. I think they were finishing up their dinner, and we're going to be coming up. And I think as soon as I think they'll let us know. I think we're live right now, both you and I. And
Okay.
then I think we are emceeing on top. So I think once they're ready to go, they'll let us know.
Okay, sounds good to me. I will wait for our chair to formally convene us.
It's good seeing you.
You too.
Right. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene this regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Ventura County Community College District and report out of closed session that there is nothing to report. That brings us to item 3.01, pledge to the flag, and trustee Lichtel, would you lead us?
Right hand over the heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Okay, that brings us to 3.03, public comments on open session agenda items. Pardon? I already said that. Yes. And I've got several public comment cards here in front of me. I do want to state for everyone that trustees Mantooth and Torres are under the weather, but they're participating online. Trustee Torres is a little more severe, so she has wanted to let you all know that she values the public comment, so she will be at the meeting to hear the public comment, but then will excuse herself from the rest of the meeting. So thank you, Trustee Torres. And as I start to call people to the podium, you have 3 minutes, and it's been in our rules, but you have 3 minutes and you cannot hand off any of your time to any other speaker. And so I'm going to call the first name and the second name so you can be ready. The first name is Jamie Maxey, to be followed by Paula Munoz.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Maxey. I'm a full-time nursing instructor at Moore Park College. I'm in a department where 90% or more of our teaching load is lab. The department consists of 100% women, with 80% of the staff representing the underserved population. Over the last 15 years, I've been assigned an additional 23% one-on-one student contact hours over the non-lab professors in the district. This equates to approximately 5,400 hours or 3 FTEs, just to be considered equal, subsequently diluting my compensation. This inequity in current and proposed contractual lab valuation is nothing less than modern-day slavery and is a direct violation of California Labor Code 1197.5 enacted January 2016, which makes it illegal for an employer to pay any of its employees at wages less than the rates paid to employees of the opposite sex for substantially similar work when viewed as a composite of the skill, effort, and responsibility and performed under similar working conditions. I also want to bring to your attention a discrepancy in the negotiation details that was reported by our bargaining team. On January 5th, the contract ratification update meeting was conducted by AFT negotiators. During that meeting, we were told numerous times that we would receive an email when the AFT ratification document and FAQs would be uploaded. On January 16th at 0900, we received an email from AFT indicating the voting process is open and the link to the document. We received no communication between January 5th and January 16th. On January 16th, I reviewed the ratification document, specifically Article 5.2 faculty workload and assignment section 3B, which stated, beginning in fall 2023, 3 hours of laboratory shall be calculated at 67% or regular actual load, except for those courses listed in Appendix F, which are calculated at 85% of regular lecture load. When I referred to Appendix F, which is the counter proposal document from the district to the AFT dated 12/12/22, titled Approval of Labs as Extensive Labs, it read, extensive labs are paid at the same rate as lecture classes beginning the semester following the ratification of this agreement. Lab courses in the following disciplines shall be considered extensive labs, and 21 labs are in that category. I promptly emailed the negotiation team and noticed the discrepancy in the language to Appendix F. On January 18th, Appendix F was removed from the document. On January 19th, another Appendix F was uploaded to the document and language was changed. For 3 consecutive days, there were 3 different versions of the contract for voting. Chancellor McLennan, Trustees Chancellor, Lichtel, Mantooth, Perez, and Torres, and Hirschberg based on the violation of California Labor Code 119.75, the discriminatory practices contained in the language of the current AFT contract, and the disinformation or rigging of the voting process, I recommend that you thoroughly examine all the components of the information surrounded in the AFT contract before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula Munoz, followed by Calvin Zuniga.
Good evening and happy Valentine's Day, board members and Chancellor Rick. My name is Paula Munoz. I work at Ventura College as the EOPS coordinator. I sit on our Ventura College Academic Senate, the AFT Executive Board, the District EEO Committee, the Vacara Leadership Council, and the Ventura College President Kim Hoffman's side committee, which is Social Justice, Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity Committee. I believe it is critical that we hire instructional faculty of color, those that have the lived experience of our college students of color and that understand diversity, equity, and inclusion. Ventura College is considered a Hispanic serving institution. VC has spent thousands of DEI trainings and on DEI consultants, yet there has been little or no movement in these areas. Our students come to college for the classes. Their success is based on whether they pass or fail in their instructional courses. Instructional faculty are critical to their success. Our VC Academic Senate recognized the importance of DEI and ranked the hiring of ethnic studies professors as #1. Despite this ranking and our college president's stated commitment to these ethnic studies positions, this position is not even on the hire list for the next year. This in light of the AB 1460 CSU ethnic studies transfer requirement to study one of these historically defined racialized ethnic groups, Native Americans, African American, Latino Americans, and Asian Americans. When we accepted the president's invite to be a member of Ventura College's SIDE agenda, it was with enthusiasm. We understood the purpose of SIDE as our president's commitment to social justice, inclusion, diversity, and equity. The president's Ventura College SIDE commitment included a revised Ventura College mission and vision statement, multiple DEI professional development events, DEI consultants, training through the USC Equity Institute, a college webpage to support diversity hiring efforts to identify and break down barriers, etc. The president agreed to support efforts to hire diverse employees with an analysis of barriers in the hiring process. She agreed to support efforts to hire diverse employees and improve the hiring of full-time faculty. She agreed to integrate and require ethnic studies in our curriculum. She also agreed to create an ethnic studies department to align with AB 1460. We've remained hopeful despite being aware for some time that there has been no notable progress. In light of her recent refusal to fulfill her longtime stated commitment to support ethnic studies by not supporting the hire of the needed third ethnic studies instructor, we have to accept the fact that the side needle has not moved, nor will it. Therefore, we resigned from the side committee, and that includes myself, Rubicela Gamboa, American Ethnic Studies Department Chair, Francisco Fuentes, American Ethnic Studies Chicano Studies Professor, and Heather Aguilar, English Professor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Calvin Zuniga, followed by Dr. Francisco Fuentes.
Good evening, members. I'm just like a student that wants to become a veterinarian, and like I got lucky with getting this class for the ethnic studies, and I want to speak about the transfer situation that's going to get
Mr.
worse.
Zuniga, so everyone can hear you, can you speak closer into the microphone?
Oh, sorry. And I wanted to speak about the transfer situation that's happening. Without the extra teacher, we won't have enough classes to be able to fulfill the need for all the students that are coming in that need this class to transfer. And like some of our teachers that are currently doing these classes are already getting a student from like other cities. I think one of them from San Francisco during their online classes because they need these classes. And I think it's really important that the president fulfill these needs so that way we don't have to deal with these problems in the future. I think it's really disheartening that these students will suffer the most in the future about this for a decision that you can just write something down and fix this problem. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Francisco Fuentes, followed by Jennifer Orozco.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Francisco Fuentes. I am a first-generation college graduate. I am also a first-generation high school graduate. English is my second language. although I think I dominate it pretty well. There was probably an entire research paper I probably wrote, like I was considering presenting here. And I've been hearing a lot of student stories, a lot of their personal stories. I think you'll be hearing some of them this evening. And I was really moved by it, and it had me really connect with my emotions. And emotions are a big motivator for our students. The emotions that come out of the deep love that they have for their families, for their communities, for an acknowledgement and a need to belong, just like any other human being. And that's really powerful. And I think that I'm a big numbers guy, a lot of stats. And so if you want to learn more about the statistics, we can entertain that and have a conversation about the benefits of ethnic studies in terms of longitudinal studies. So that's fine. We could do that. But I was really moved by them. And it's been really hard to shake all those emotions that the students have brought forth, and will communicate with you today. So I ask you to listen to them. When we want to talk about the educational pipeline and transfer rates, enrollment rates, success rates, graduation rates, professional degrees, Latino students are the ones who are disproportionately affected, who, I am one out of 200 Latinos in the United States. Out of every 200, one holds a doctorate degree. Meanwhile, one out of 17 white Americans, no, 1 out of 7 white Americans has a doctorate degree, and 1 out of 20 African Americans has a doctorate degree. So there's a huge gap there, and there's a lot of institutional barriers that could be remedied. And when we think about this as a pipeline, like a water pipeline, like a plumbing situation, you can look at all these requirements like English, math, social sciences, the hard sciences as valves. And depending how many courses or sections we offer, depends how much water is running through these valves, how many people are able to be successful, that we can add to our workforce, which is the most competitive, the most talented in this country, right? And so we can add if we open up these valves. And currently, we hardly have the valve open for this new requirement called ethnic studies. It's a statewide requirement for all public institutions in 2025. Right now, it's a requirement for community colleges and Cal State universities. Cal States currently can't catch up with the demand. They're also having hiring issues, not because the talent isn't there. They're just not prioritizing the staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Fuentes. Jennifer Orozco, followed by Brianna Gaxiola. If I pronounce that correctly.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Orozco, and this is my public comment. So the Academic Senate has already made it #1 priority to have Native American studies hire for American ethnic studies. This will provide more courses that will meet the student demand. And students are trying to enroll in courses that fulfill the new CSU Area F ethnic studies for general ed requirement. Not having this hire will delay students' ability to transfer to a CSU and graduate from Ventura College with an associate's degree on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Gaxiola, did I say that correctly? Or close? Oh, and followed by Rubicela Gamboa.
Hi, my name is Brianna Gaxiola, and I'm here today to express my concern for future students at Ventura College. This is currently my last semester at Ventura, and I plan on transferring this year, most likely to a CSU. I have had the chance to take a Chicano Studies course this semester, not only for the requirement, but for the important knowledge that this class teaches me about our past and present. I remember the first question Professor Gamboa asked about the course, and it was why we were taking it. Many students responded about it being a requirement, but I'm quite sure that answer has changed for many of us in that class. As we are aware, students are now required to take an ethnic studies course in order to graduate at a CSU. That means that if I did not take this class here at VC, I would most likely have to pay a large amount of money to take this class at a CSU. For this reason, I'm also disappointed at President Hoffman's decision to not consider another ethnic studies hire that students will and do need. This hire that she's taking into consideration should not be a consideration, but a priority to meet our needs. Many students in this school, like myself, dream and plan on going to a CSU after college. Without more classes available for future students, this could possibly slow students from graduating on time due to class sizes not meeting their demand. Thank you.
Thank you. Rubicella, followed by David Carlander.
Hello, board. Rubicela Gamboa, Ventura College faculty, teaching in history and Chicano studies. So this board, we're here because you're guided by a specific lens, a lens that is on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I want to touch upon that significance and the value of ethnic studies and how it fulfills those areas. You have 4 guided strategic goals. Your first goal is to instill a culture that values diversity, students, our communities, collaboration, and the success of each employee. So within ethnic studies, students look for a sense of identity, particularly their ability to claim their ethnic identity and link it with academic identity. And that becomes crucial. We know from research in the social psychological that having a strong sense of ethnic identity and a high racial awareness is linked with mental health and achievement. Students who take an ethnic studies course produces culturally competent global citizens. Our pedagogy supports traditional ways of communicating and learning, and studies confirm that students value ethnic studies curriculum because it instills culture, empowerment, and produces organic intellectuals. Your goal number 2, to increase equitable access and success for all students. Within ethnic studies, students' outcomes, especially achievement, flow from students, their understanding of themselves as being capable, as centered, and who they are. Students who participate in ethnic studies are more academically engaged, develop a stronger sense of self-efficacy and personal empowerment, and perform better academically. When students recognize themselves and their families' experiences in an abundance of course materials, they are prompted in feeling personal affirmation, confidence, empowerment, and finally occupying the place of being an insider in the academic institution. Your goal of number 3, to support the closing of academic achievement and support services equity gaps across racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, and gender groups. Research investigating the academic impact of ethnic studies curriculum clearly showcases that students become more engaged with their academic achievement and graduate at higher rates. They bring cultural competency and awareness at higher levels of critical consciousness and thinking and have a positive impact on our democracy. Your goal number 4, actively supporting equitable workforce and economic development in Ventura County through partnerships and relevant programs and pathways leading from education to careers. Ethnic studies produces culturally competent global citizens. Students are moved from seeing others through learned stereotypes and instead learn to build a sense of community. They develop a sense of confidence and empowerment to stand up to oppression and to work together. These courses provide a professional competitive advantage in the workforce and represent diverse perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, David, followed by Valeria Rodriguez.
Good evening. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is David Carlander, and I teach in the English department at Ventura College, and I'm speaking this evening. The reason so many of us are speaking this evening is because, as you know, back in November, the Academic Senate made the recommendation to the college president that the #1 hiring priority for the upcoming hiring cycle for 2023 go to ethnic studies, a department in high demand that needs to grow. And unfortunately, that recommendation was rejected. This is concerning because students need ethnic studies requirement in order to transfer and graduate. And by not making it a priority, we as a college are creating barriers and impediments to student success. Last year, our college's mission statement was revised with input from various groups on campus, including the executive group. And if you'll indulge me a minute, I'd like to read it as it now follows. Ventura College places students at the center of their learning experience, supporting them in achieving their personal, academic, and career goals in an anti-racist, liberating, and inclusive environment. The college is an open access educational institution that supports our diverse community, helping them transform their own lives by offering degrees, certificates, transfer, and workforce preparation opportunities. If we are truly placing students at the center of their learning and supporting them in achieving their personal, academic, and career goals, we have to walk it like we talk it. We have to remove barriers. We have to erase obstacles. We have to be present, be available, and be active to our students in assisting them to achieve their successes. The good news is there's still time for a change to be made and for the college to make a clear statement about how it values student success. I'd respectfully ask that the board, in dialogue with campus leadership at Ventura College, work to remedy a mistake and make the ethnic studies higher and the students it will serve a top priority once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Valeria, followed by Beatriz Leyva.
Hello, good evening. My name is Valeria Rodriguez and I am a student at Ventura College. And I would like to share my story of my family. My grandmother came here, My grandmother came here while pregnant, crossing the border with my mother. She taught herself how to read, write English. She taught herself how to drive. She taught herself all these things to survive in this world. She did all this while having 3 children. She did all this while having a husband. She did all this while working in the fields. She taught this work ethic to all her children. My mother is the eldest of 4. My mother has worked since she was 16 years old. She has worked for me and my older sibling for 29 years. And all she asks of me is to get a higher education and strive for the future. And she works 2 jobs just to provide for me and in our small apartment. My entire family since I was young has taught me that an education is needed to survive in this world. And with the emphasis of all my family saying this, especially for people like us. It was later that I realized when I got older, people like us meant people of color, because I was surrounded by Hispanic people all my life. So when I learned about the transfer crisis and its statistics and how ethnic studies is a requirement to graduate for all state and community colleges in California, and how President Hoffman's denied our request for an ethnic studies professor after receiving a government grant for being a Hispanic student served college, I was infuriated. I felt disregarded. And I felt used as a Hispanic woman to get money. Wow, President Hoffman means to better our interests in our education and our future. But at the moment, it feels the complete opposite. Disappointment, upset, dismissed, and enraged. These are the words of my fellow students that have expressed to me when I asked them how they felt when President Hoffman decided to deny our request for an ethnic studies professor. When I heard this, I just felt like my family was going to be disappointed in me because a higher education is needed. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Beatriz Leyva, followed by Alejandra Ortiz Menchaca, who is the last speaker.
Hello and good evening. My name is Beatriz Leyva. I am born and raised in Ventura County. And I want to talk a little bit about my pride in my community and how at first I felt a little bit of shame in going to a community college. I think the higher regards go to going to bigger universities. And that was a narrative that I grew up with. And because of economic reasons, I could not afford to go by myself away from my family to the university that I was chosen to attend. And I went through a period of time where I had to work on my pride in my college. And now I am here disappointed by it. But I am here along with my fellow students
to show that I exist and I matter, and I would like to have that validated. In going to a community college, as a student, you don't feel like you will get the best merit in professors. I had the narrative that those professors were at other colleges. I needed to transfer as soon as possible for the higher quality in educators. By taking the effort to hire someone with experience, you show students like me that we matter. It matters that I stay local to my community. And from an economic standpoint, my daughter then attends and feeds back to this community as well. Along with keeping up with the supply and demand. There is going to be a lot more demand than there will be supply in this community to fulfill this CSUF requirement. And I got lucky that I managed to get back to school in time to learn about this new requirement. I could have not been lucky, and because I do work and provide for my daughter, if my class at this moment took more than 1 day a week from me, I would not have been able to. So providing more educators provides more time slots. And I think that's all I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Alejandra, I think. There you go. And I see some probably new faces in the room today. If those of you may not be familiar with our process, if you do want to offer some public comments, you can, you can approach the microphone, but then please fill out a speaker card afterward. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alejandra Ortiz. I am actually an Oxnard College student, and I am the Director of Advocacy for our Associated Student Government. I am a first-generation student, so I am very proud to be going to Oxnard College. I am the first in my family to go to college. So one of the things I am most proud of is when I go to committees and I hear that they're striving for a seal of excelencia. They're striving to become a Hispanic serving institution. So when news that they don't want, that other colleges don't want to hire another ethnic study professor, it's very disappointing because Oxnard College hasn't had even one until this year. So how is that Hispanic serving? I want us to support students in all 3 colleges because there's a need, not just because there's going to be more demand in one, but because there's already an existing surplus of demand in all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there is no one else that wishes to speak, that is the end of our public comment period. I just want to say this is not an agenda item for discussion, and it's not appropriate for us board to get into discussion. But I will just offer one comment, and that is for those of you that did acknowledge, I want to thank you for acknowledging the board and the district's commitment to DEI. I think your presence here tonight is calling us to task for where is that fulfillment of that. And you know, I was just at a all-day workshop yesterday in Sacramento put on by the state chancellor's office. And part of that discussion was about the vision for success and the roadmap to the future. And AB 928, which involves ethnic studies, was a part of that. And you know, the commitment is there. It's the devil is in the details of getting things accomplished. And you know, thank you for your interest. Thank you for your participation. Thank you, Dr. Hoffmans, for your information back to the board. We've all been given a memo in response, and maybe during president's reports, it might be appropriate for you to comment on this without inviting discussion. So I do see you, Trustee.
Chair Perez, if I could, thank you. I just want to take a moment to thank the speakers that came forward this evening. It's from a board member standpoint, I think it's very validating to hear your stories and where you are and what you hope to accomplish, especially our students that came forward this morning, I know, or this afternoon. I know it can be difficult to stand up in front of a huge crowd of adults, so to speak, and a board and the chancellor and your school president and put forth those sentiments. So I do appreciate you having the courage to do that, as well as our other speakers that came forward. And I guess I would just have one clarifying question, perhaps for you, Chancellor McClellan, and that is, if the requests that we're getting for these courses in this department outnumber the personnel that's currently on staff, and if that's warranted at this time, are we able to meet the demand?
Dr. Hoffman, do you mind if I put you on the spot to answer that question? Maybe wait until we get to her report, if that's okay.
I prefer an answer now, only from the standpoint of we have those speakers that
Yeah.
came here this evening that may not be available to hear the response.
Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. You know, I wanted everyone to know that I appreciate learning, and I think learning happens both inside and outside the classroom. And your faculty and your camaraderie together have brought you to a point where you've learned advocacy, which is extremely important to advocate for yourself, for others, for social justice, for all those things. So, I mean, you definitely have a right foot for. To answer Trustee Lichtel's comment, this semester, we offered 17 classes in ethnic studies at Ventura College. We have two Chicano studies faculty that teach, and we are in the process of hiring a third ethnic studies faculty in Black studies. We don't have the curriculum that meets the requirements yet for the AB 928. And we've got three Chicano studies classes and 2 general ethnic studies classes. A full-time faculty load is, if in a 3-unit class, or 10 classes. So we have a department chair that has like a 0.6 load, I think, in ethnic studies, and we have another faculty that has 1 load. So they are able to teach the 17 classes. In hiring this third ethnic studies class faculty member, which we're excited to do and enhance our ethnic studies, we'll be adding at least 8 to 10 classes a year in order to make the loads. So currently the fill rate, meaning how many students are in the class, are around 80%. So we are meeting the demand now. However, we know with AB 928 that is not to be implemented until 19, oh my goodness, it's been a long day, sorry, till 2025. We are in the process of ramping it up. So my expectation and my intention is to make sure we meet the demands of our students. To even fathom that someone could think that we're not here to make sure our students succeed, it's what I get up and do every single day. And it's important to me. So I am an advocate for ethnic studies. I'm an advocate to make sure our students are success. Ventura College is far exceeding most community colleges in our state. We're one of the only ones that has a department and a department chair, and to have 3 full-time faculty with the expectation of more in the near future. To say that I am not doing my job is challenging. And for us to spend the money on a faculty member now, when there are needs, desperate needs for students to complete degrees in other disciplines, I just couldn't do it. So yeah, I'm the bad person. I totally get it. But this is what is right for now. That does not mean I don't support it. It would have been way easier for me just to hire this person, spend up to $150,000 and them not have a load to teach, because we don't have the students yet. So I'm committed to it. We will get there. I'm just asking for a little bit of patience. So that's the reason we don't have the classes. We don't have the students yet in the enrollments, and we don't have the loads.
Thank you, President Hawkins. I see Trustee Torres with her hand up over there.
Thank you, Trustee Bettis. I was wondering if the camera is able to let me see the audience. Sometimes thank you very much because I'm able to see the students. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to be there present tonight, but I did want to listen to public comments. And the work that we do as trustees is really the work of the students. So having students come to our board meeting and speak what your heart is really feeling, I just want to let you know that you have been heard. Because everything we do revolves around students. We hardly see students. So just know that having students come here and voice out something that's very dear to our heart definitely has a place for the board. It definitely does for me. And this is something that I know as a board we're going to want to hear more about. I know that we have already one of our trustees who asked a question, and I look in the future to know a little bit more about the courses. I know we have a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm happy to hear of the great work that Ventura College is doing. My next question is maybe for Oxnard and Moore Park in terms of how their departments are looking in terms of building them up. But for the students, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí, for fighting for what you believe, for the cause of what you feel is important, for the professors that are here. It means so much. And students, really, thank you so much for being here and sharing of what is a priority to you, because we are here to represent you. So thank you. And with this, have a wonderful Valentine's Day. I'm going to have to sign off, but I did want to thank the students who were here for your words and coming to speak to us. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, board.
Good night, Trustee Torres, and thanks for being here. Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to 401, acknowledgement of new employees. Chancellor.
Thank you, Chair Perez. So item 4.01, we have appointment of academic personnel full-time. And I'll read their names. Adriana Nino, American Sign Language at Oxnard College. Elizabeth Vila, Chicano Studies, Oxnard College. Erica Mullins, Biological Sciences, Ventura College. Jerome Jenkins, Accounting at Oxnard College. Karen Poloni, Nursing at Ventura College. Rachel Casas, Psychology at Moorpark College. Sayeda Sanya Zaidi, Merchant, Biological Sciences at Ventura College. And William Lynch, Fire Technology Instructor at Oxnard College. And then we have appointment of classified personnel. Anthony Barrios, Custodian at Moorpark College. Christian Johns, Bursar at Ventura College. Edgar Guzman, Library Assistant, Moorpark College. Elizabeth Vasquez, Program Coordinator 1, Ventura College. Esmeralda Martinez Rosales, Career and Transfer Specialist, Bilingual at Oxnard College. Gabriela Osuna, Custodian, Moorpark College. Genesis Hernandez, Administrative Assistant, Oxnard College. Isaac Rodriguez, Information Technology Support Specialist 1 at Ventura College. Joaquin Garcia, Maintenance Worker 2 at Ventura College. Margaret Donahue Zinke, Performing Arts Center Assistant at Ventura College. Michelle Arias, Administrative Assistant at Ventura College. Renee Knight, Purchasing Assistant at the District Administrative Center. Sarah Escobar, Office Assistant at Ventura College. Simanu Pasua, Administrative Assistant, Ventura College. And William Slauson, Alternate Media Specialist at Ventura College. We've been busy.
Yes.
Human
And-
Resources.
And, even though I look for opportunities for efficiency in running a streamlined meeting, I think it important to, rather than just receive and file this, to call out the individuals and acknowledge their value to our district. So welcome all. And Chancellor, you're still on under 402, acknowledging our retirees.
Yes, we have 3 retirees on tonight's agenda. Donna Beatty, Mathematics Faculty at Ventura College. Her district service began on January 5th, 1998. Mayan Tai, Instructional Lab Technician 2 in Chemistry at Moore Park College, that began service on August 12th, 2002. And Patty Blair, Director of Public Affairs and Marketing at the District Administrative Center. Patty's district service began on September 24th, 2008. Congratulations to our retirees.
Okay, so under item 403, acknowledgement. Yes, trustee Cancer.
On that note of retirees, at the board level, sometimes we're lucky enough to meet and interact with some of the retirees, but in my 4 years of being on the board, it was really helpful to work with Ms. Blair. So I just want to wish her best on her retirement and thank you for all the support she did for the board.
Student trustee.
I'd like to add on that about Ms. Blair. She was a great mentor to me and I hope she enjoys her retirement.
Thank you. Okay, under 4.03, acknowledgement of guests and special recognitions. I said we moved item 1604 just ahead of 404, which, okay, so it's a reception. But I just wanted to make special note for the audience that we want to wish or join me in wishing Trustee Lichtel happy birthday, which occurred on Super Bowl Sunday. There you go. Okay. So with that, if we can drop down to 1604. And that is an action to approve tenure recommendations for the listed faculty at Moore Park College, Oxnard College, and Ventura College, effective for the 2023-2024 academic year. Chancellor? Yeah. You want to present the report? Well, as the list is there in front of us, maybe before I ask for any comments, is there a motion?
A motion to approve 16.04.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second to that motion.
All right. Any discussion, comments? Okay,
Just a major congratulations.
there you go. And I'm sure the board is unanimous in that sentiment. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
And trustee Mantooth
Aye.
and the rest of the board votes aye.
Yes.
All right, unanimous. And so congratulations all on your So what we have, and this is very impromptu. I just thought of it right now, but we do have the room behind the boardroom here set up for family reception and such. But maybe those of you that are here, just run to the mic and announce yourself so the viewing audience can see you. If you're up for that, take your family with you. Take your family with you.
Sheehan Casey, that's Ian with a sh in front, Sheehan, Counselor, Ventura College.
Dr. Rafi Najarian, Oxnard College, Dental Technologies.
Hello, Lauren Snowden, Moore Park College, Film, Television, and Media Arts.
Laurel Drain from Moore Park College in the mathematics department.
Daniela Graves, Ventura College Sociology.
Vanessa Chacon, counseling at Ventura College.
Jimmy Walker, physical education, Ventura College.
Okay, wait a minute. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. You wanna raise up your fan? Yeah. There you go.
Future Pirates.
Sean Wilcox, biology at Moore Park College.
All right. Okay, if that is everyone, then we will break for about, what, 15 minutes, Chancellor?
Your call.
Yeah, and the board will reconvene in 15 minutes. The rest of you can party all night next door.
Yes, he is.
Gotta juggle all those students somehow. All right, thank you, thank you. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Going.
How's that arm doing? Yeah. Back to normal? No. Okay, no cast on.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And we'll reconvene this meeting on a high note, celebrating the 10-year accomplishments of our faculty. They're still back there celebrating. Hope they don't disrupt our meeting. But that brings us to item 5.01, Academic Senate President's Consultation. And I'll just go down the line, beginning with Moore Park College. Eric?
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and distinguished guests. I always appreciate the opportunity to speak on agenda items. I'll just go in numerical order, I suppose. 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees. I'll just welcome very warm welcome to our new psychology instructor, Rachel Cassis. 6.06, Academic Senate reports. Just thank the board and the chancellor for returning these items back to the agenda. Very much appreciate that. 10.05, action to approve COVID-19 recovery block grant funds for the 2022-2023 academic year. Moore Park College Academic Senate has concerns on the process and that there was insufficient collegial consultation on this item that falls under number 10 of the academic and professional matters, processes for institutional planning and budget development. There was definitely some discussion on district use of some of the funds, at least in committees, though no formal endorsement or recommendation, AKA a vote, from any committee on which I participated. I don't sit on all of them. How the remaining funds are to be distributed to the colleges was not discussed in any committee of which I sat, including the District Council on Administrative Services that oversees the budget allocation model, for instance. It's now simply appearing on the board agendas. So we do generate our best ideas by including diverse perspectives and authentic voices when those all participate. While at the same time, that aligns with and supports the district goal number 1, to instill a culture that values diversity, students, our communities, collaboration, and the success of each employee, not to mention support the other 3 goals as well. So please invite us into the conversation. Many of our processes are awesome and some are less awesome. What is our process for such items? Let's talk about it. I have had the good fortune to recently discuss these concerns with the chancellor, and a vice chancellor did reach out for further conversation, which I think is a great step. I know we can do better moving forward and welcome the opportunity to work with folks to provide clarity so that we all have a common understanding of our processes. 12.03, establishment of a clinical psychologist position at Moore Park College. This, of course, supports the mental health of our students, which is a high priority both for the college and has been expressed multiple times for the board, so appreciate your support. Section 13, of course, board policies, with the exception of the board only ones. They've all gone through which was a very inclusive participatory governance process for those particular items. Items 1402, reaffirm the resolution in support of Black History Month. I do appreciate the recognition of systemic injustices and inequities and elevating the important contributions of the Black and African American community. So very much appreciate that support. And 1602, 1603, and 1604. Boy, I was just going to congratulate all the faculty moving up the ranks, and particularly to those granted tenure, and they introduced themselves, so I'm not going to reintroduce them, but I will just remind the board that an item appeared before Senate consultation that we didn't get a chance to comment on before by reordering those 16.04 before Senate consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College, at least.
Good evening, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, guests, and all present. So as not to be reiterative, I will simply focus on congratulating the new faculty, Adriana Nino, ASL, who worked for us as a part-time faculty for many years, Elizabeth Villa, Chicano Studies, Jerome Jenkins, Accounting, and William Lynch, Fire Technology. Welcome. Congratulations to our newly tenured faculty, Akadina. Please pardon me if I mispronounce your last name. Rekazadeh, Akadina, sorry. Counseling, Melissa Garcia Counseling, and Rafi Najari in Dental. I have the great good fortune of working with some wonderful people in service of students. Thank you.
Ventura College. Okay.
Thank you, trustees. Quick consultation from me today. Just echoing what Eric said, about the reordering of things. We didn't get a chance to comment on the new employees or the tenure, newly tenure granted faculty. So congratulations to all. Item 11.03 Ventura College curriculum. I was going to point out that some of that curriculum was written and contributed by our now newly tenured athletic director, Jimmy. So congrats and thank you for the work there. And then echoing Eric, the items in section 13, the board policies have gone through the participatory governance process and are before you today. Thank you.
All right. Item 502, classified Senate president's consultation. Go down the line, Alex, beginning with the DAC, Alex.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. Just one item, item 4.01, just welcome to our new purchasing assistant, Renee Knight. And that's all I have for consultation. Thank you.
All right. Moore Park.
Good evening, Chancellor, Board of Trustees. A couple of items, 4.01, just a welcome to our three new classified professionals, Anthony Barrios and Gabriel Osuna, custodians, and Edgar Guzman, library assistant. And 4.02, congratulations to Mihan Tu on her upcoming retirement.
And there you are. Okay, good to see you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, and Chancellor McLennan. Just a couple items. Item 4.01, welcome again to our new classified employees, Esmeralda Martinez Rosales and Genesis Hernandez. Item 14.02, the resolution in support of Black History Month. I appreciate the intent behind this resolution, but a resolution without action are just words. Intentional DEI work and cultural competency is not just a college or student organization endeavor, but should be a board and district endeavor as well that goes beyond the words. And then finally, congratulations as well to our newly tenured faculty who I have the opportunity to work alongside, Melissa, Akadina, and Rafi. Well deserved. Thank you.
All right. And last but not least.
Good morning, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, and Chancellor McLennan. Early this month, the Senate had the chance to have President Hoffman in our meeting where she reviewed our classified priorities. So we really appreciate her time taking at the Senate. We also reviewed the district grant IT plan, and then at the same time, our local Ventura College IT plan. So we enjoy hearing all of the things that are happening along the district and our campus. 4.01, I want to acknowledge our new employees. Ventura College, has been busy, so we have a lot of new employees on our campus. Christian Jones, Bursar, Ventura College, Elizabeth Vasquez, Program Coordinator, Ventura College, Isaac Rodriguez, Information Technology Support Specialist, Joaquin Garcia, Maintenance Worker, Margaret Zink, Michelle Arias, Administrative Assistant, Sarah Escobar, Samani Pasua, William Solon. So we welcome all of those, and we are currently doing new employee orientation for our new employees. So we are going to be welcoming them. And tomorrow we are hosting our lunch and learn for our classified employees on the opportunities to engage HSI. And I want to thank our classified Senate board for our candygram that we had today, and for all the Ventura College managers, classified staff that sent out sweet treats to classified employees on our campus. So thank you.
Thank you all. And that takes us to 601, the Associated Student Government Report. And we have two in the room, but I understand we have one online, Ventura College. We will begin with Ventura. Yes, no, maybe. Oh. Can you unmute yourself, Ventura College student rep? Or is that us? Well, let's go back to those in the room. Moore Park College.
Um, Hello, everybody. First, I'd like to begin with comments on the agenda items. 4.02, ASMC congratulates Patty Blair and Mihan Tai on their retirement. They contributed enormously to Moore Park College students and the district. 4.03, we wish Trustee Lichtel a happy birthday. 11.01, we're delighted to see the new credit and non-credit programs being added. 12.13, we support the 2023-24 instructional calendar. It is a relief to have Monday as the first day of instruction beginning this fall. 15.01, ASMC had a formal discussion about the increase in non-resident tuition rate by $78 per unit. Although this would have a significant impact on non-resident students' budget, we believe that the board is acting in the best.
Yeah, we definitely want to hear that comment.
Yeah, it's a good comment. ASMC had a formal discussion, and although this would have a significant impact on the non-resident students' budget, we believe that the board is acting in the best interest of all the students by choosing the best possible rate. 16.04, I congratulate Professor Laurel Drain, Professor Christina Garcia, Professor Michael Nava, Professor Lauren Snowden, and Professor Sean Wilcox on receiving tenure. Now I'd like to talk about ASMC initiatives and updates. We increased our budget for allocations towards student organizations and campus departments from $45,000 to $57,000, an increase of $12,000 to foster student engagement in clubs and organizations. We increased food truck and catering budget from $40,500 to $50,500, an increase of $10,000 to provide more hot meals to the students for free. We increased budget for our events by $9,550 to host 2 additional events this semester. The 2 additional events are as follows: World Health Event and Sexual Awareness Event. Finally, we proposed 5 resolutions to the statewide Student Senate General Assembly. All 5 resolutions were written by our board member, Alette Lawton, and the resolutions are as follows: post-registration name and pronoun change, safe parking programs, course embedded student services, safe sex education, course accessibility for disabled students. That concludes my report. Thank you.
And thank you for your written report as well. Go ahead, Oxnard.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustees, and Chancellor. To celebrate Black History Month, ASG did a book giveaway featuring Black authors like Maya Angelou and a movie night. We also have a presentation regarding Black History Month on the 23rd. Professor Fontanet will be presenting. For our Valentine's Day, we had a Love Yourself event for our students. We had a presentation on loving yourself and the red flags that comes in toxic relationships, so they know. We had a dessert table and a photo booth for them. We also did a tabling earlier today where we gave roses and goodie bags to our students. It was a really big hit. We were supposed to do it for 2 hours and ended up 1 hour because sold out. Outside of events, ASG will be doing surveys regarding tutoring and food insecurity in Oxnard College. ASG is also continuously communicating about the possible changes in the participatory governance manual and the effects that it will take on students. Thank you.
Thank you. And is Ventura College ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
So Ventura College is continuing student advocacy efforts. We have recently appointed the Director of External Affairs to represent Ventura College at the Student Senate for the California Community Colleges. Some of the topics that we have been building involve an ASVC crew, which is a group of student volunteers that will help stage and develop events meant for students to interact with their community and each other. We're hoping to bring the community college, we're hoping to bring the students together and help their voices be heard. Some of the other things that we're doing to help that happen is the implementation of surveys in order to better understand the student population and gather data that can use to tailor future events. We're hoping to get the ASVC board members to conduct those surveys so that way we can also show the student population who the board is, as well as their position and how they influence student life. We also had a Black History Month event where we were highlighting famous activists as well as famous people. We gave out books and information in order to highlight Black-owned businesses as well as Black-owned media. And I apologize for the short report. I was added onto the board last minute, so that is all I have for now.
Well, you did well for stepping in last minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, 602, student trustee report.
On the 27th and 29th of January, I went to Sacramento for an effective trustee conference. While there, I was able to spend time with my fellow California student trustees. That was a fun experience. On the 5th and 8th of this month, I was able to go to a national legislative conference for the community colleges in DC with trustee, chancellor, Mantooth, Perez, and the chancellor. While there, I was able to meet with our local representative, Julia Brownlee, at least some of us, or at least some of our local representative. While there, I was able to talk with her on an issue I'm very passionate about, which is housing, which was very nice for her to hear me out. Overall, the event was very fun, and I was able to meet other colleges around the country, and it was interesting to hear their experiences and their differences. And it makes me glad I kind of live here in some ways, especially listening to some of the other student trustees from out of state. But other than that, it was a good experience overall, and I was very joyful that I was able to go along with that. Thank you.
Thank you. 603, AFT 1828 report.
Good evening, Chair Perez, trustees, Chancellor McLennan. Yeah, I'm here. Happy Valentine's Day. I hope everybody's enjoying it. We'd like to offer our congratulations to the newly tenured faculty and wish them the greatest continued success. On item 1601, I'm happy to report that on January 23rd, voting by our membership on the tentative agreement reached between the district and the AFT Local 1828 closed, and by a large majority of votes, the membership ratified the agreement. While we are aware of the concerns raised by a handful of faculty regarding Appendix F and lab pay, prior to the voting, the AFT negotiations team was clear in all of our written and public communications regarding the new lab pay ratios. And while the AFT will continue to advocate for one-to-one lab pay for all disciplines, we are confident that the ratified agreement does not violate California Labor Code 1197, and the AFT Executive Council of the Local 1828 has full faith in the results of the election ratification vote, and we have certified the results and strongly recommend that the board approve the tentative agreement for adoption. Thank you.
And thank you for that clarifying report. Brings us to 604 SEIU report. Maria.
Good evening, members of the board and Chancellor McLennan. SEIU would like to report that conversations regarding remote work continues to be at the forefront for our members, even as we continue to provide both in-person and remote services to our students while physically present on district premises. We remain an active participant in the Remote Work Committee, which has been dedicated to bring forth a responsible recommendation for the pilot program to the Chancellor in the next few weeks. As a reminder, the SEIU position on remote work has not changed. We understand that remote work was a necessity due to safety during the pandemic, and we were grateful. And through that process, we were effective in ensuring the day-to-day operations of the district. Moving forward, remote work can prove to be successful with set criteria in place. accountability, and flexibility. Remote work is here to stay, and therefore we are respecting the commitment that the chancellor and the board has made to remote work through this committee, as well as the efforts put forth by all members of the remote work committee as a recommending body to the chancellor. We look forward to finalizing the process to be able to launch the pilot soon, as well as being able to share the information with our unit. Our members are every day calling, emailing, wanting to know more about this program. We know that it's been a process. We have been partnering with the district. Like I said, and the committee has been instrumental in all their work that they've done, such hard work, representation from all areas in the district. And so we want to be able to share very soon what that pilot program looks like. We're also preparing to negotiate on behalf of our police officers to ensure their access to CalPERS safety retirements, and are hopeful to be able to bring that forward to the board as early as next month. Lastly, we are preparing to host our annual contract meetings that per our CBA allows for every classified employee in our bargaining unit to be able to attend. It's something that we do basically annually, and it's good interaction, and they're learning about their contract. And with the new contract in place, it'll be very valuable. We do have some changes in our evaluations. We're also working with the college administrations and the district office to schedule these meetings, which we plan to host the week of March 13. Thank you again for the opportunity to report on behalf of SEIU 99 and our members. Happy Valentine's Day as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. 605 classified Senate report. Same order, please.
All right, thank you. With the district administrative center classified Senate, we've been very busy here in this academic year as well as the spring. In our last meeting in January, we had Associate Vice Chancellor Watkins come and talk about the district IT strategic plan. We had a first read. We're hoping to have that come back at our next meeting for final review and approval. We're also getting more active in our participatory governance committees. We have more membership serving on the committees. So with that, I just will share a thank you and respect to those who are serving, which would be Kelly Barton, Diana Martin, Ali Frazier, Elizabeth Thompson, and John Gallagher. We're also doing more fundraising efforts as we continue on. These fundraising efforts not only support activities for classified here at the DSC, but they also go to supporting our students in need by working with our college's basic needs offices. And finally, towards the end of May, we will be having elections. And so the positions for those elections that'll be up are communications officer, secretary, and treasurer and president. So come August, you may just see somebody else sitting here, possibly. We'll have to wait and see. But that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda?
Thank you. On January 24th, we held our annual classified prioritization during our integrated planning committee. A thank you to Trustee Perez and Trustee Licto for joining us during our process. A total of 43 general fund positions were reviewed and ranked. Each person who submitted a position request had an opportunity to speak and provided justification as to the request they submitted. The ballots were counted, ranked, and will be presented to President Sokonu for his recommendation as to which positions he will be recommending to fill. Last week, we launched a couple of fundraisers in support of our Classified Senate Scholarship. One of them is the Access Discount Card, where people can enjoy various discounts throughout Ventura County and Santa Barbara counties, and our spring 2023 Seas Candy fundraiser. As I mentioned, they're in support of our Classified Senate Scholarship. And lastly, we Classified Senate was involved in the planning of a recent event last month on January 19th. Café con tu Comunidad de Moore Park College was held together with a couple of managers, faculty, classified professionals, and students. We came together in community to provide information to our Latinx students on basically on who's who on campus and the various services that are provided on campus for our students. Pan dulce, coffee, Mexican hot chocolate, and champurrado was served. And it was just a good morning to come together as a community with our students. And lastly, we will have our monthly meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
When will champurrado next be served? Okay,
Hopefully in the winter when it starts getting
Okay.
cold again.
all right. Amparo.
Good evening again. So Classified Senate actually had their meeting today, and we had, thank you to Vice President Renbarger, who came and discussed the COVID relief block grant in order to get classified feedback on that. This past month, we as well did our resource request ranking for classified positions. We're very fortunate in that it is put in the lap of Classified Senate to review and rank all of the classified resource requests that come in. We had about 28 positions that we looked at, and we to invite those who submitted a resource request to come and present, and we had all but one department present. So that was a great turnout, and we now are forwarding our recommendations to the College Planning Council, who will then certify them and send them over to Dr. Cobian. And we too will be having elections coming up in April. You will definitely see somebody new in this seat next year. But we just have a lot going on everywhere, all over the college. So we're always welcome, trustees, if you want to stop by. Chancellor McLennan, you'd come, and I recognize it this past week, and so we really appreciate anytime if you want to come, to our Classified Senate. I love bridging that gap that I feel sometimes exists, right, between us and the district, or us and trustees, and it's really important to have those conversations and that relationship. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, I know on occasion and maybe always we get informed of classified Senate meetings. And I know it's tough on some that work during the day. But if you could just make sure that we are regularly noticed of your meetings, if those standing invitations are still there. Thank
Definitely.
you. And did we lose Ventura?
Yes, I think she included her report as part of her
Okay.
consultation.
Okay, so I thought. Okay, 606 Academic Senate reports. Down the line.
Sure you want to hear from me again?
With that opening, I'm not sure.
Just beyond my written report, I'm only going to add that Black History Month activities are in full swing at Moore Park College, thanks to the hard work of many individuals, and I won't list them all. Some events have already occurred, but there are many, many more coming up. There have been many presentations, a Black family reunion celebration in the Quad coming up, Zuzu African Acrobats, and the African Diaspora finale at the end of the month with the Steel Drum Band and food trucks, and all are welcome.
And I'm sorry, you mentioned a written report? Did I hear you wrong?
There is it's under the chin. I think all the reports.
That's right. That's right. Okay, you're right. Looking in the wrong tab. Thank you.
Good evening again, and happy Valentine's Day. And not to be reiterative again of Eric, we have some wonderful Black History Month events happening on our campus as well. We have, rewind. The OCAS engaged in our faculty resource request ranking just yesterday. We invited everybody to come speak. We had quite a number of speakers speak to their resource requests. There was a lot of positive discussion, and some of the points that were brought forward will continue at program review and other PG committees regarding the process. So it was a really wonderful discussion. The OCAS elections are coming up, and you will definitely not be seeing me in this seat. So it looks like you'll have a lot of new folks to welcome coming up. And our participatory governance committees are active and discussing lots of changes. I would like to highlight two faculty this month, Dr. Leti Mojica, our Transfer Center coordinator and counselor. Leti is a Ventura County native and, in her words, a byproduct of Oxnard College. She graduated from OC. She earned a BA in sociology with a minor in criminal justice from CSUN, and an MS in counseling and guidance, and a doctorate in higher education from Cal Lu University. In fact, funny story, I happened to be at her graduation for a friend of mine who was getting a totally different degree, and I was so happy to see Dr. Mojica receive her degree. She has worked for over 15 years serving underrepresented students at Oxnard College across various populations, and she provides holistic transfer counseling, support, assistance, and guidance to students that lead to multiple pathways and prepare students to be transfer ready. I am also happy to highlight Adriana Nino. Our new full-time ASL professor, I've had the great good fortune of also working with Adriana. She is now a professor of American Sign Language and the co-advisor of the ASL Club. In 2015, she was part-time ASL instructor at VCCCD. She was also a sign language interpreter, a paraeducator at the Ventura Unified School District, ASL instructor for Tri-County GLAD Mental Health Outreach. And in Oxnard, and in 2000, she earned an Associate of Arts degree in OC and was the first deaf graduate in this community college. So congratulations, and we are happy to have her. She has a bachelor's degree in deaf studies from CSUN and an MA in sign language education from Gallaudet University. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ventura College, Dan.
Thank you, trustees and trustee McLennan. My consultation was brief. My report is a little bit lengthier, but bear with me. Ventura College Academic Senate has had a productive month, and I've been charged with letting you know about one topic that's generated probably the most attention. You've heard from others that it's the season for resource request rankings, so this is the topic I'm going to be speaking on. At the close of the fall semester, Academic Senate Council formally prioritized the 28 full-time faculty requests and placed them into 3 categories. The highest ranked request for each category, just FYI, for the non-classroom faculty request, it was a career counselor position. For career education classroom faculty, it was a nursing skills lab position. And for the non-career education classroom faculty, it was an ethnic studies position specializing in Native American studies. And this request was also ranked the highest over all of the faculty requests. This top priority was in line with the VC Academic Senate Resolution 2020-03, which is titled Recommend as a High Priority for Hire for Full-Time Tenure Track Faculty in the American Ethnic Studies Department by 2024. The remaining positions in our top 5 overall ranking scores included 2 English positions and a medical assistance position. However, when the VC executive team presented the Academic Senate with their plans for full-time faculty hiring, the list was substantially different from the Academic Senate recommendation. Only one of the requests I just mentioned was included in the executive team 5 positions to be hired, the medical assistant position. The remaining 4 to be hired are microbiology, accounting, agriculture, plant science, and chemistry. The executive team doesn't plan to hire a full-time faculty for the Academic Senate's highest priority recommendation for hire, the Ethnic Studies, Native American Studies position. Instead, they plan to employ a professional expert or part-time faculty to write curriculum in academic year 2024 with the potential for future consideration of a full-time position. The executive team faculty hiring plan did provide rationale for each decision to include or exclude faculty position requests. However, this information was not available until this hiring plan was presented. The Academic Senate asked the executive team for, but did not receive advance notice of the rationale or planning considerations that the executive team would be using to make their decisions. In the absence of this information, Academic Senate developed and relied on its own prioritization criteria, and this process is what we use to generate the Academic Senate prioritized lists. Academic Senate officially stands by its recommendation of the ethnic studies position being the highest priority for full-time faculty hiring this year. Additionally, the Academic Senate will be asking the VC executive team to work with us ahead of next year's program review cycle to ensure that such a discrepancy of priorities can be avoided. At a minimum, this would involve clear communication of ranking criteria, including how each of these criteria are weighted. That way, future departments writing their program review would be able to know how and to whom they are tailoring their responses when requesting full-time faculty positions next year and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Chancellor.
A clarifying question. In regards to those comments, do you see this issue of the ethnic studies position a communication issue or a budget issue, or both?
Primarily communication, as I said in my report. There are budgetary concerns, but that's probably one of several assumptions or facts that the executive team was working on different from the Academic Senate's criteria. So FTAS generation or support would be one of those.
Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to 6:07, board committee reports. And Trustee Mantooth. Do you want to comment on the ASC meeting minutes?
Yes, I would briefly. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
And firstly, let me apologize for my lack of being able to join you physically, but I'm happy that this medium allows me to be with you vicariously. The Administrative Services Committee met on February 1st with a new composition of trustees, Trustee Torres and myself, and we agreed that we would be co-chairing this particular committee and doing kind of a tag team on and off. So I facilitated this one on February 1st, and so you can anticipate getting a report from Trustee Torres after our next meeting. We didn't hear from staff updated information on the governor's budget proposals, but those are just proposals at this point, so I won't go into detail on that. There is a copy of the draft minutes in your board packet, as well as all of the other remaining items we touched on regarding human resources and budget, as well as out-of-state tuition in the packet for the board's deliberation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And 608, President's Report. Thank everyone for their written reports. And Chancellor, do you want to call on your presidents?
And Chancellor McClellan. I'll keep it short. I already had my my opportunity, but there are a few things. I want to congratulate all of our newly tenured faculty. As you probably guess, I've been through the process myself. It is not an easy one. And this particular group started and then had the COVID situation occur. So that made it particularly challenging, but they made it through and we're really excited for them. I also just wanted to let you know some of the things that I've been doing and working on in the Santa Clara River Valley that I'm really excited about. I've been there a lot lately as I was back. First, we had a recent advisory meeting where we consult with the community and share what we're doing, particularly at our East Campus, and that went very well. And we really appreciate their input and their sage advice. So I was happy to be there as part of that. I also was invited to speak at a Latino Town Hall. I was on a panel as they were discussing the possibility of maybe a future educational center or something from Ventura College in their community. The other thing, I was part of attended the Boys and Girls Gala of Santa Clara River Valley, and that was really exciting. A lot of wonderful people to support a very important aspect of our community. Lastly, let's see. We also had a meeting. We're trying to work with Fillmore Unified School District, but in particularly the high school. They have their newer career education labs in. So our faculty met, the faculty from the high school and the faculty from Ventura College, and they looked at opportunities to partner with classes like in welding, ag, auto, manufacturing, and film studies. So that's really exciting. The last thing I just wanted to make you aware of is that we are partnering with the Santa Paula Chamber of Commerce and on March the 2nd, and they're having a mixer at our East Campus. So that's all I have for my report.
Good evening. Well, I also want to start by recognizing our faculty who achieved tenure tonight. So congratulations to them. I want to also focus on 3 areas of our report that I submitted. One is our male initiatives. As part of our student equity plan, we identified a need to increase retention and success among our male students. 7 years ago, we launched a program called the Oxnard Male Educational Goal Achievement Initiative, or OMEGA. And it took a hit during the pandemic, and we're starting to rebuild that program. Last week, I had an opportunity to hear our Omega students talk to our community advisory group, and it was amazing. We had 4 young men who shared their personal experiences and pathways in education, and all 4 emphasized the importance of mental health services and support on campus. So we're moving in the right direction with our Omega program. We hope to continue to expand that. Another area that I want to emphasize is last week we had an amazing event with the city of Oxnard and the UCLA Chicano Studies Department. And we are working together on a community-wide survey, and it's called the Thriving Youth Survey. And our students are being trained by faculty at UCLA and Oxnard College to lead these surveys in the community, conducting with student groups to hopefully be able to assess what are the needs of our community post-pandemic. And we will be sharing that with the city of Oxnard, and hopefully we'll be able to receive some more funding and more support for some of the more initiatives to support our youth. Another area, you may have known that we established a PACE program last year. It's been very successful. Last year, we started with about 9 classes with about 108 students. This year, we have 8 classes with 165 students, and we have 2 other classes that will be starting up soon. And it's been very successful. So we continue to expand on our PACE programs. One last thing, I think last week I mentioned, or our last meeting, that we reopened our bistro. I would love to put out the invitation to you all to attend if we're not violating any Brown Act. But I would love to have you attend our bistro. And I think you'll really be impressed with our fine dining at Oxnard College. Fine dining is back. And one more thing. We're very proud of our OC alum, Stephanie Rodriguez, undocumented student who's currently pursuing a master's in education at Harvard Graduate School of Education. And she was recently highlighted in a podcast by the Immigration Initiative Center at Harvard University. And so I will share that podcast with you all after this meeting. Thank you.
So in the interest of my board colleagues that have a 9-to-5 job, does the bistro utilize DoorDash or anything? So thinking, watching out for you guys.
Good point.
Good evening, trustees and Chancellor McLennan. We got a lot of good things happening at Moore Park College. I want to start off by acknowledging our own college president who received the 2023 VCLE Educational Leader of the Year Award from the Ventura County Leadership. So kudos to our fearless leader and president, Dr. Julia Sokanu. And I also want to really congratulate our faculty and all the faculty that received tenure this evening. So congratulations to them as well. Dr. Eric Reese touched on this already, but we have a lot of great activities planned for Black History Month. I want to highlight Dr. Patty Coleman, who's our history faculty who went to Ghana this summer, is actually hosting a session with a special guest from Ghana. His name is Martin Kofi, who will highlight some of the castle's history as a slave fortress and also discuss his work and life in Ghana. So that is happening on Thursday, February 16th as one of our highlighted sessions, in addition to all the many activities happening on campus hosted by our faculty, staff, and administrators for Black History Month. Also want to recognize our Club Rush. It was great to see many of our students on campus for Club Rush on campus and participating in all the activities and coming out and getting their clubs recognized. But also this year's Club Rush featured a booth for our guided pathways of interest groups, providing students with an opportunity to connect with faculty and peers and really connecting them to the work in the classroom in addition to the work outside the classroom. Last but not least, really just want to acknowledge all the great work that's happening in regards to our Men of Color initiative. We have our Trust Men's Mentorship Program that's in partnership with Cal Lutheran that we've had on campus that provides personal success coaching and academic counseling for specifically our Latino males. We also have 82 faculty, 42 of them from Moore Park, that participated in professional development, looking at curriculum, looking at pedagogy in the classroom. So this is in partnership. We've been doing this for the past 3.5 years that we're really excited that our faculty are getting the training and the professional development to really support our equity efforts with the focus on our men of color. In addition to that, we are working to finalize our equity center. That's not the official title, to create a community and a center for our men of color and specifically our DI populations to really provide them the support, the resources, the connection. We have a team of faculty and staff and administrators that are committed as part of our equity plan to really focus on how to help support our men of color, which is identified specifically in our equity plan to increase course completion, success, transfer, including also our student athletes that will be part of this community. So we hope to have a ribbon cutting ceremony in the next month or two when we unveil our equity center / lounge. We don't have an official title for it, but that's part of our also commitment to our DI populations and specifically to our men of color. Thank you.
Did you say where it will be housed?
It will be housed near where we have our EOPS areas, Veteran Center in that area. So we are finalizing all the details and making sure it'll be ready to go hopefully in the next month or so.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to, I guess, the beginning of board's business. And I hope that all questions have been submitted and I'm sure they were thoroughly responded to. Beginning with the consent calendar, which is items 8.01 through 1213. Does anybody have any items that wish to be pulled? Trustee Chancellor.
I think numbering's off, but it's the action to approve proposed VCCCD instructional calendar. So mine says 12.13, but I think it's actually,
That's what mine says.
yeah, but I think that's the one I want to pull.
Okay. Any others? Trustee Mantooth out there in Hinterland? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar except for item 1213?
Motion to approve the calendar.
I will second that.
Student trustee seconded. And student trustee, how do you vote then?
Aye.
And the board?
Aye.
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 Trustee Mantooth? How do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, trustee Chancellor, 1213.
Yeah, I'm just curious, when I read the background analysis, it sounds like this is almost a separate negotiated issue. Is that a fair assessment on the calendar?
Chancellor?
Not my 1213.
It's 1214 in the book.
1213 in mine.
Yeah. Well, regardless,
I'm sorry, what was the question? Trustee Chancellor?
The adopted calendar, the instructional calendar, is it a negotiated item outside of the CBA?
Laura?
Yes. So we negotiate the article and then later in the year, we negotiate the calendar.
Okay. So I guess my question is, does the district or does AFT 1828, do either parties have an interest in a compressed calendar? Because we've heard whisperings of that for years, and I'm curious where we are with that, or if which of those two groups may or may not have an interest in that.
There is an interest in that, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Herrera. If she'd care to comment.
Definitely a joint effort between Dan Watkins and myself, aligning the IT as well as the pragmatic approach with all the functions aligned with it. We hope to have the compressed calendar begin fall of 24-25. When that's pushing it, we've had a kickoff meeting and we have additional meetings scheduled throughout this semester. So we're moving forward. And part of that is getting the technology and all the platforms in alignment and the scheduling moving forward.
My only ask would be for the board to be updated on the progress of that, because it sounds like it's would benefit students in a lot of ways.
yeah, and we've seen this in the past and it has been progressing, but the point is duly noted.
And
Chancellor,
Thank
did
you. No, I was just going to add that part of what the board's approved is giving us capacity to be able to actually accelerate that effort. So we're pretty excited about that and very happy to update the board
as progress is made. It's a very, very complicated activity. It's got a lot of moving parts, so we want to get it right.
And with that, trustee Chancellor?
I make a motion to approve on.
Right, and if there's a discrepancy in the numbering of the agenda items, maybe we can look at that after the meeting and find out what might have gone wrong.
Thank you.
It could be a duplication of an item. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Trustee Lichtel, I'm sorry, you're at a disadvantage, trustee Mantooth out there. So, student trustee. Board, how do you
Aye.
vote? Aye. Trustee Mantooth, so we can hear you.
Aye.
There you go. Okay. No items under 17. Chancellor's report. Oh, did I miss some? Oh, my goodness, I had a check mark for that item we moved earlier in the evening. I'm looking for efficiencies, people, so. Okay, 1301, action to approve board policy 2015, student member. This is a revised policy. Who's,
Will be Dr. Herrera to, and when you get to
Okay.
discussion.
okay, to be initiate discussion only, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
And is there a second? Thank you. Trustee Chancellor, second to that, Michelle. Dr. Herrera.
Okay, it went through the participatory governance process, January 12th, the DCSS, Chancellor's Cabinet on the 19th, and Consultation Council on the 3rd of February. The revisions are incorporated in the draft 2023 Elections Handbook, and it's also provided in the agenda item 13.03. Summary of recommended revisions, we added requirements for the candidate, the student trustee and associated student positions as referenced in the education code. And we removed the language that was specific to the education code and added a link.
So technical
Very technical.
revision. Okay. Any additional questions or comment? And if not, trustee Mantooth, do you care to make a motion? Oh, duh.
I would cast my vote in the affirmative.
There you go. After I hear the student trustees advisory vote, sorry about that.
Aye.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And you're recorded, trustee Mantooth. Thank you. All right, I'm going to get back on track here. 1302. This is a simple item to reaffirm an existing board policy. Is there a motion to approve the reaffirmation? Student trustee moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And
Dr. Herrera again.
This is a reaffirmation and it went through the DCSS on January 12th, Chancellor's Cabinet on the 19th, and February 3rd went through Consultation Council.
thank you. And if there are no questions. Did you have a question or a comment? Oh, okay. Then student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We heard you, trustee Mantooth. 1303, is there a motion to approve board policy 5410, associated students elections? This is a revised policy. Thank you. Second, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Lichtel.
Again,
Going.
okay. Again, it was approved through participatory governance, the DCSS on January 12th, Chancellor's Cabinet on January 19th, and it was reviewed at Consultation Council on February 3rd. The summary of recommended revisions that we updated the requirements for candidates to student trustee and associated students positions. In alignment with education code, we removed language of legal reference at the bottom and added links to the top. We added currently enrolled students will receive an electronic ballot through their My VCCCD student email, and we added some processes, and the final draft of student election handbook is attached electronically.
Okay, Any additional comments or questions? If not, Steve? And board, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. 1304 is another revised policy, 6200 regarding budget preparation.
Just as an introduction, the remaining 1304 through 1307 all went through participatory governance, and the dates are listed in the board item. So there were three different meetings, and including BCAS. Between James Avis and I, we'll walk through this. I'm having difficulty seeing the type size on here, but James, if you don't mind walking through 1304.
Okay, I think it's on. Okay, so 1304, and this is really the case with all of these. Most of what the changes are to align with the recommended language from the CCLC. We did specify what board meeting, or approximately what board meeting would be bringing a calendar to the Board of Trustees. The blue language that's in there is language that was not part of the CCLC template. I do believe the annual budget support that it was just moved up to a higher spot. Same thing, that second red line down there where it's assumptions of budgets, that was just moved up. And then the last little pieces, again, were parts of our policy that was not really included in the CCLC template. We do cover these in all of our allocation models, as well as in our AP.
Okay, and before I call for a motion, because we do have a staff presentation on this item, thank you. I'm going to ask Trustee Mantooth, thank you for the minutes of your Administrative Services Committee meeting. Do you care to elaborate, or was of note during the discussion?
No, I would say that the staff has covered that pretty clearly. And at the Admin Services Committee, we had any questions or concerns answered by staff at that time.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll make a motion for approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions at this time? If not, Trustee Chancellor.
In the language, it mentions that the board will receive the budget. And, I'm just thinking, if we were a single college district, we would most likely receive a deeper level of what the budget looks like at the college. But because we're a multi-college district, it's the details really aren't there. We've in our adopted budget now, we have a list of sort of some of the different funding and codes. But what I'm looking for is, and actually public comment kind of highlighted that today, is sort of a bridge between the allocation of particular, connected to enrollment and the courses offered, and what the colleges in particular are prioritizing. So a bridge between the prioritization and the actual budget. And that, as of now, doesn't really exist. And I would imagine it most likely would if we were a single college district. So that's something I'd kind of like to see, maybe moving forward.
You've mentioned this before, and I can't quite recall what responses have been, and because I think the information might be available in some way, shape, or form, and maybe the Vice Chancellor Elpatal, you can bring this question back to the committee and just flesh it out, and we can talk afterward as well.
At ASC?
Yes, yes.
That's fine.
Yeah. But you're clear on the question, right?
Well, I believe I'm clear. And I will say that
I'm clear on the question.
Yeah.
So we'll talk.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions then, student trust? All in favor? Aye. And Trustee Mantooth?
Aye.
There you go. Thank you. 1305, 6250, budget management. And can we take 6,300 budget, fiscal management at the same time? Is the board good with that? Okay. Is that, you're still on? Go ahead.
Okay, so for BP 6250 budget management, some very minor changes to this. You'll notice there is one area that was removed, and that was in reference to our district reserves. We do now have a board policy specifically on reserves, so we took that sentence out of here and instead put a reference to that specific board policy at the bottom.
Okay.
And then for fiscal management, again, this one, the changes in here were to align with the CCLC template. The language that was removed was removed because it was not part of the CCLC template. You'll notice we did say that as a board policy, the board does designate to or delegate to the chancellor. So that's where we tweaked that language there. And then everything else, like I said, was to align with the CCLC template.
Okay. Are there any questions regarding these two? Thank you. Is there a motion to approve these two items?
So moved.
Thank you. Second? Student trustee seconds. Student trustee votes. And all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. And then 07 regarding specifically investments. We just had, okay, I got.
Yeah, we just followed the CCLC template verbatim, and this is to reaffirm.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second? Trustee Chancellor seconds, thank you. There are no questions on this item, then student trustee, your vote. And the board votes, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And thank you very much. Getting through this now, items 1401 is moved. 1402 is action to reaffirm resolution in support of Black History Month. I want to thank she participated in the meeting, so it's all right. Good question though, the clarification. We have a resolution in front of us that's been commented upon and appreciated, and I think there was a question of commitment, which I think is appropriate in some people's minds, but I think it's good that we do reaffirm our commitment to some of these resolutions and whereases and to recognize the significance of Black History Month. And you know, just another way to look at it is one individual trustee, it helps keep us to task. And so with that, is there a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve agenda item 14.02, action to reaffirm resolution in support of Black History Month.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Student trustee, how do you vote? Aye. And how does the board vote? All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you. Okay. 1501, which has been commented upon in consultation reports and also by our student rep from Moore Park College. Thank you. Regarding action to approve non-resident tuition rates. Chancellor, who do you want to?
So we bring this forward, needs board approval by March 1st of every year. So this is the meeting that comes forward. It's sometimes difficult when we try to compare our rates with the surrounding districts because nobody wants to be, you know, much higher, if higher at all, than the other districts. But it's just difficult because of the timing of different board meetings, et cetera, to get accurate information of what others are doing. So we follow the statute, and this particular increase, because we have the same cost for the cost of education and our FTS is down. So the math just works that way, right? And we have increasing enrollment in the same cost, then the rate will be less, as what our cost of education is. But the recommendation is The district's average cost of $397 for non-resident tuition, and then an additional $15 for capital outlay surcharge.
Thank you, which speaks to the total cost of ownership as well, right? That capital charge.
One way of looking at it, yes.
One way to look at it. Okay. Are there any questions from the board? If not, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve, but I'd like to make a comment after we get a second.
Sure. Thank you. Trustee Lichtel?
I did want to thank Chancellor McClellan and Dr. Alpatal for providing some clarity as I posed some questions related to the increase. When I first saw that, it did cause me some concern from the standpoint of maybe discouraging some students that may be considering one of our schools that may be moving in from out of state, from either taking a gap year, which I don't think always works out, or maybe not relocating at all. But I did get clarity and I appreciated that. And therefore, I support the staff with this motion.
Thank you. Student trustee?
I'd like to say that I appreciate that there's a cap on here, total, because I do know quite a lot of students that come from outside the district and even international students. So that is much appreciated, especially that it's not that much higher from the standard tuition.
Thank you. And with that, how do you vote? Great. All in favor? Aye. Oh, I see your hand up now, trustee Mantu. Sorry.
Yes, I raised it just to provide a little bit of additional commentary at the ASC meeting. We did spend some time discussing this issue, and just wanted to recognize that it is the minimum that we are allowed to charge through the statutory formula that's been developed, and that out of, let's say, roughly 13,000 FTES and maybe 20,000 individual students, we're talking about 200 to 300 international students that would be affected this way. And I just wanted to share that with the board as well for their edification. And with that, I vote aye.
Thank you. And that's helpful to put things in perspective. Totally. Thank you. Okay. Item 1601. Excited to have this on our agenda. Before we hear, well, let's hear Chancellor, who do you want? Who's going to speak to this item? I mean, because it was a process, so who, or you?
No, you, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying because it took collective effort to bring this item to us.
You're right. And there's so many people that could speak to it, but I think sitting at the table, Vice Chancellor Barroso would be the appropriate person to speak to this issue.
Thank you. I'm excited to speak about this issue. The district negotiations team and the AFT teams had their first meeting in February of last year, so a little less than a year ago. It was on the 28th. We steadily met throughout the year. We worked on the articles, and as you heard in the AFT report, the unit members voted in favor of the ratification. Included in the board item are the tentative agreements that we've reached. And if approved, we have a meeting planned for tomorrow to begin the work on implementation. So before you is the item that we're asking for approval for.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion? Trustee Chancellor, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion, comment? Well, I'll just add a comment as one who's been through this process more than once. It's still surprising how long things can take, but this was, I would like to say, as smooth a process, and I don't want to overemphasize the word smooth, but as smooth a process as I participated in. And I want to thank everyone. Michael, thank you for speaking earlier on this. That helped bring us to this occasion tonight, and look forward to the next round. With that, student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
And the board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. 1602. Okay. Let's hope we can all have all these individuals affected by this. Look forward to what we experienced earlier this evening. Action to approve tenure track second contract recommendations for the listed faculty members. Is there a motion? Trustee Chancellor, is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Lichtel? Any comments? Well wishes? If not, student trustee. Board, how do you vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. And then the next item, 1603, is to approve the tenure track third contract recommendations for the listed faculty. Is there a motion? Trustee
moved.
Chancellor?
Second.
Trustee Lichtel? Same comments apply on my part. Student trustee? Board, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. And then 1604. Oh, we did that already. But it does deserve special shout out. Okay. 1701, no items. 1801. Chancellor's report.
Thank you, Chair Perez. I'll be brief this evening. I just want to add my congratulations to the new hires, to the retirees, and certainly to our newly tenured faculty. It's in academic institutions, this is one of the most momentous and special occasions that we celebrate. It speaks to the rigor and the quality and the accountability that we hold ourselves to in our institutions, and the processes that we go through for the same. And I just want to commend everybody for the board's knowledge, and many of you already know this. It's hundreds of people involved throughout the district involved in this tenure process. It covers a long period of time, a lot of feedback and development along those 4 years, and the product that at the outcome of this process is outstanding, and everybody involved in this to be commended. So I just want to extend my appreciation for that. The other item I just want to mention is I had the opportunity, I sent a college-wide communication out to the Oxnard community here a few weeks ago. And I held I guess an open forum of sorts on the campus last week. I think it was just last week, regarding the transition of the Oxnard College presidency. And I've spoken with board members about this as well, but I want to make the announcement publicly that we will be shortly going out for, going in, I guess, really is the active term, for an internal search for an interim president to fulfill that role until a permanent president can be hired, pending the results of a national search that will begin organizing in the fall. That concludes my report.
And thank you. And let me just also thank everyone for their work that is included in the various reports that we do receive. Thank you. Item 1802, Board of Trustees request for reports. We have that list there. And that takes us then to item 1901, trustee reports. Trustee Chancellor.
This actually is going to go back to the previous item, Board of Trustee request for reports. And it came to light from our trip to DC, and we were sitting in Congresswoman Brownlee's office. And one of the requests that she made on us was to make sure we are aggressive in asking for assistance at the federal level for different projects and programs and such. And she applauded, I believe, Moore Park College recently for receiving $200,000. Yeah, close to $300,000 for a program. So my request is to ensure that we are as aggressive as we can at the federal level to receiving funds, that we have sort of a standing list at our 3 colleges of projects or initiatives or programs, sort of like a wish list that we have ready to go when Congress comes to our district and our 3 colleges and says, do you have anything? And I understand that often it's last minute, but I'd like to ensure that we have a standing list that this board can have input on the prioritization of such and where that falls. So we're ready to go. So that would be my first comment in my board report, and also for a request for report. Second is just curious where we are with the closing of student services on our 3 colleges on Fridays. So I know at the last time there was a mention that that was occurring, and I'm just curious to see where we're at with that. So that concludes my board reports.
Okay, trustee Litchell.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a few items. I'd like to first off thank, I suspect Michelle Costello had most to do with the balloon and the cake in commemoration of my birthday. You do stop counting at some point, but thank you for the sentiment there. I'd like to congratulate 2 of our staff members, Ann Paul King, for being named as an honoree for the Pacific Coast Business Times Who's Who in Nonprofits and Foundations, and also Jerry Pantoja for being selected in the Young Professional of the Year during the Ventura County Chamber of Commerce Poinsettia Awards in December. So congratulations to those 2 individuals. Through my work at Passageway School in Newbury Park, which is a non-public school for students with special needs, one thing we try to do is each month get our students off of campus through some community-based instruction. And this past month, we took our students to Oxnard College for a school visit. And I just want to absolutely gush over the treatment that our students received, and the attention, starting with Leo Orange, who runs the Access office, along with his staff. They're absolutely phenomenal in not only providing our students a lot of information that they could use to access the community college system, but more importantly, he really brings a really inspirational story. And our students left absolutely in awe. We had about a 3-hour tour that was provided by Marcos Rodriguez and a student trainer, Andrew Herrera. And Marcos has a huge future ahead of him. He's a really very personable young man, very knowledgeable, and really represented your campus very, very well. Professors Jeff Hibbins and Issa Farfan, who are in auto tech. What a wonderful program in the mechanic shops, if you will. I was really impressed with the state-of-the-art equipment that's provided and the opportunities for students to really learn what is the industry standard of the moment. So they're not necessarily turning wrenches, but they're really learning the tech behind what automotive care looks like today. And then, of course, the auto body. I was blown away by some of those cars that they're working on. I was especially interested in one of those cars that had been there for, I think he said 15 years, and was still a work in process. But I think that's really great because, at some point, there's going to be some student who's going to be celebrating a future birthday when that car rolls off, and he'll say, hey, I worked on that car way back when. So I think that's really awesome. We happen to pop into an art class because one of my students at Passageway is actually in a dual enrollment program with our professor, Christina Morla. And so we were able to pop in there and say hello and see what she was doing, what they were doing in that class. And our student was really thrilled that she was able to show the rest of the students that. Spent a lot of time in the library and tutoring center, circulation desk. Juan Sanchez, another great story, really smart young man, and it did a wonderful job with our students, really relating to them. And the librarian, Tom Stowe, again, very receptive, as well as in tutoring services, Carrie White. And so I just wanted to really single out those individuals that made really great experience for students that are looking to reach up to the stars, and really felt welcome at Oxnard College. And we're very, very thankful to your staff for allowing that. Other items I'd like to mention is in our community, I'm hearing a lot of buzz and a lot of kudos for Moore Park College for the bachelor's program that was recently approved. And of course, you know, which is human nature. People say, wow, that's really wonderful. We're really impressed. What's the next program? So I guess at some point we'll be having conversations about that, but a lot of really positive feedback around the community around that bachelor's program. And lastly, I would say that I'm looking forward to the February 25th. We're having which I think is a Saturday. I know it's a Saturday. We're having a planning session, if you will, with the chancellor and the board presidents and other staff. So I'm looking forward to, from my standpoint, from my seat, really learning more about the community college district and seeing how we continue to support the great work that's happening. Congratulations to all that were recognized this evening. And I do appreciate Chair Perez, your handling and leadership during these meetings. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your cooperation. By the way, the next program for Moore Park College, they have a current application in for a baccalaureate program in cybersecurity and networking. And I think what around or getting questioned again. But okay, I'm not up to date on the information. If you want to,
Oxnard just submitted two, one for legal advocacy.
great.
We're hoping for both.
While we're going, Ventura College also submitted one for auto tech.
Great. Maybe some of my colleagues that were up in Sacramento ran into Pam Haynes from Los Rios District. She's on the Board of Governors also, and she was an advocate for Moore Park College program, and I'm sure we can count on her support again for the other applications. Trustee Mantooth, your report, please. You have something to add?
Well, at the outset, there might have been a lot more, but I'm happy to report that most all of the words have been taken out of my mouth and said better by my colleagues. Only want to reiterate how generous Congresswoman Brownlee was with her time when we were back east last week, and what a champion she is, not only for education, but also for veterans and veterans education and their continuing quality of life. And I think that's very important. And we're very fortunate that we have someone like her representing us and being accountable to us and wanting that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And student trustee, do you have anything to add beyond your earlier report? Thank you. As for myself, just like Trustee Mantooth said, reports have already been given about the conferences in Sacramento, the Effective Trustee Workshop Conference, also the annual legislative conference at Sacramento, the National Legislative Summit put on by ACCT in Washington, D.C. And regarding our upcoming board planning session, the Chancellor and I will be meeting with our facilitator, Jason Swain, to prep for that, and look forward to that as well. And, you know, and as the Chancellor says, part of what he's looking to identify is, as in my words, going from good to great is, what are those big rocks, heavy rocks? Yeah, big rocks. Yeah. So we'll have our work cut out for us that day. And hopefully trustees Mantooth and Torres will be fully recovered by then. That brings us then to, I just do want to yesterday I was in Sacramento again. The state chancellor's office convened a welcome for new trustees and current trustees and CEOs. And a lot of the focus was on, you know, what changes are being undertaken for all of us to get the work done that not only the Board of Governors and the Chancellor's office sees, but also the governor in the roadmap for the future and also the vision for success. And, you know, some of those elements were commented upon tonight from our public speakers and even through all of you through your various reports, if not just tonight, but as you provided them to us. So a lot of the work I know is going on, and it's not easy. And sometimes it can be at odds with other elements or aspects of the work that we do. But the key, I believe, is to remember two things. One is to approach everything with an open heart and an open mind, and to remember why we're all here in the first place, and that is, and I know we embody it, and that is students first. So I think if we hold true to those two things, will go a long way in helping us with our continued success. With that, then it takes us to 1903, future board items. Are there any requests from the board specifically? Oh, wait a minute, I'll catch myself.
Evaluation.
Board evaluation, yes. I was thinking earlier, don't miss this, but you know what? You know, chairing the meeting, it is tough to stay focused but we have, do you all have a copy of the
I do.
form in front of you? And since you spoke up first,
Oh.
care to comment on? any of
I should have known
responses?
better.
You'll learn.
That's okay.
Huh.
I probably won't learn.
Yeah.
Too late for that.
Yeah.
Under the communication area, I think it's the communication throughout the meeting was professional and effective. And I appreciate our speakers again that came out this evening, and spoke with a lot of passion and really in wanting the very best for their college. And appreciate Dr. Hoffman's response to my question during that time. I think our process is very efficient, and the board stays extremely focused. And at least I feel that from the standpoint of being able to make decisions, we are able to make informed decisions because we do get the information that at least I've requested and needed. In making those as the new trustee, there's a lot of items that I'm trying to catch up to speed on, and most of which I feel very comfortable with. Some of which I feel that time will help that. But I do appreciate the feedback from staff. The interaction this evening with staff was obviously outstanding. The opportunity to be able to recognize our new tenured staff was really exciting, and it was nice and genuine to see, their excitement and their accomplishment. And we wish them well for very long careers, as we had others that were retiring today, as they move in and through our district and working with our students. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, thank you for that. I'd like to request a board item for.
No. Evaluation.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't have the blank.
Oh, okay.
I didn't have the form, but
Maybe you can just quickly.
I just wrote it. Yeah, I
Oh.
wrote some things here. No, I wrote it. Put it somewhere. I put good meeting, and one thing that I would ask for is at the end, as we make requests for things, maybe staff or the chancellor can sort of send the board an email with sort of what was requested and what
Okay.
we can get. So that was it.
That's good, because that does speak to communication, and I know that's been a constant theme of we should always pay attention to proper and thorough communication. Trustee Mantooth.
Not much more to add. I believe this will be the first time you won't see a written submission from me, Chair Perez. But again, I would echo the emphasis that we have on the most important part of our endeavor, which is our students, but also recognizing and rewarding the people that do the work in terms of our staff, and making sure that we do keep that communication flow going in many different ways, whether it be in the public meeting or something that comes up that a trustee needs some specific information on, that is able to be conveyed either before or after the meeting, which serves to enlighten the trustee as well as to make the meeting go well. And I would congratulate you, Chair Perez, on another great meeting. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. Student trustee.
So for the first time in a long time, I got a actual paper to write it, but to an unfortunately timely event, I spilt water on that.
Is that what happens to your homework too? No.
The dog's.
That's what we're gonna say, but otherwise, I think this was a very fast meeting and a very well done meeting. Which is a good meeting. I don't have much to add.
Well, I feel accomplished then. Thank you. No, I certainly don't do it alone. I want to thank everyone for their cooperation, especially my colleagues. Speaks to your preparedness and your response to my suggestion to please, as trustee Lichtel did, ask the questions ahead of time. It helps, keep things going. Plus, it helps us get the answers to the questions that we have. The communication, I think, was good. The staff reports, I like those references to the process that any item goes through because it helps give us that proper background, and it's augmented by when the consultation council reinforces that history. I think comments were made about the process once or twice this evening, and we can always strive to improve. And again, I think communication was part of the catalyst for those comments. The board, thank you. I think you were all very focused. That helps things go forward. Staff, we appreciate you. I hope that comes across. And you bring us good information. You make it easy for us to get our work done. And the decisions, I think we came to ready decisions. And ground rules, thank you. And the only other feedback is let's keep it going. Okay. Let's see. It's only trouble with being online here. Well, let me go to the hard copy. Okay, there we go. 1903, are there any requests for future board items? Trustee Chancellor.
I had two. One would be an item on our next board meeting and an update where we are with the Ventura College student housing. In regards to the aesthetics and what that building will look like, or hiring an architect and things of that nature. And then I had an issue in regards to board policy 2715, and I can discuss that with you. But I'd like to see that on our next agenda, please.
Okay, I will consult with the chancellor and we'll get the timing on that, and we'll find out where we are with the information on student housing. Trustee Lichtel? None? Nope. Okay, trustee Mantooth? Any requests for future board items?
Not at this time, perhaps next month.
Okay. Well, that brings us to adjournment, and this is a very sad and somber adjournment item tonight for two reasons. One, we will be adjourning in the memory of first Moore Park College student Zachary Zernick, who I'm sure you all have heard and are aware of, died tragically in an accident while out hiking. And, just to have a young life end at all is tragic, but when it's someone close to us. And speaking of close to us, we will be adjourning in the memory of Michael Sukenu, son of President Dr. Julius Sukenu of Moore Park College. And, especially sad when today he would have turned 21. And, I did not know Michael. In hearing his family and friends speak of him, reading Dr. words, in social media, and upon seeing him speak of his son, and it just spoke highly of the character of Michael, how truly loved and beloved he was by so many people, his peers and others older than he, and just led, as I could deem, a very joyous life under some challenges. And as a parent, I can't even begin to imagine what it is to lose a child. And just looking at the beginning of the meeting, seeing that Julius was not here, certainly understandable. And I can't say enough. I'm sure we all cannot say enough, but I know Julius knows that that we feel for him and his family. And with that, we will adjourn in the name of Zachary and Michael Sokenu. Good evening.